All right, are we on? We are on. And I'm just going to assume that everything is working properly. Or should I check? I should probably check. I check every time. I'm just going to go ahead and check. Right. Got a few hours to get some painting done. Got a hot date with the wife tonight. But I wanted to get in and do some of this today for my afternoon. I'm gonna start with some brick painting. I've got a couple brick colors for base. I got a Vallejo flat red. I've got a Vallejo Air sand brown, but I'm just gonna brush it on. And I've got the Vampire Red from Army Painter, which is probably my favorite red, at least for dark stuff, dark red. I use it a lot. All right, so so these bricks, I'm just gonna mix up some colors and just kind of try to randomly paint them in there. So actually, I think I'm gonna mix up all 3 paint pots all at once and just kind of transition between them. That way I can kind of randomize the base color a little bit and try to not get paint down in the grooves, just kind of go at it sideways, to just kind of skim the top. And that'll be good. That'll add a little pop of color to this. Then I can, I decided last night I'm just gonna, like, for when I dry brush these, I'm just gonna do a really loose mask, because you don't have to mask off that hard around this stuff. So I'll just do a loose tape mask to dry brush all these areas, because I want to dry brush the asphalt with a little bit of gray. I want to add a little bit of gray to the cement. Added probably a little bit of highlights to the brick with one general dry brush to kind of mix in so they all kind of look the same but all a little bit different. Just dry brush all this stuff, but I'll need to add some wash. I'll do the washes after I do the brick, so I'll do the wash on all this other stuff. Let me see, the wash in the dirt looks pretty good. Gives a little bit of variation. Probably hard to see on camera. Oh no, you can see it. Yeah, it gives you a little bit of variation in the dirt. All right, so let's get into this. I don't think this airbrush color needs to be diluted that much, so I think I'm just gonna put it on straight. But yeah, I'm just gonna add some brick colors here. This is gonna dry darker than it looks. I haven't used this flat red in a while. I'll give it a shake for about a minute. At least 20 seconds. That's good. You just want to clean off your nozzles before you dispense the paint, in case there's any dry chunkiness in there. You don't want that going in your paint pot. And some Vampire Red. Not that I'm the cleanest painter. I have impurities in my paint. I know some people are really crazy about keeping their paints, super clean, and they filter out stuff. And Maybe that's just more like uh, oil-based paints, mineral-based paints. I don't know, but I uh, I don't work with that level of cleanliness. Feel the need to. I do need to go change this water though, so I am going to be right back. Let me go change out this my rinse water because it's just coming out straight gray now. Put that away. Yeah, a couple seconds. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Now we can paint. Nice clean rinse water. Not gonna be clean for long, but that's okay. I feel like this airbrush one is pretty thin. Yeah, it's not that down anymore. Yeah, that'll prevent me from just slapping it on there. These are just for the base brick color. Then once I give it a wash and a dry brush of a little bit of a brighter red, it'll kind of tie it all together. At least that's the plan anyway. It looks super bright red right now, but it's gonna super dark once I add the wash. Everything starts off super bright. Took me a long time to get comfortable with that fact. tell where that edge is. It's very textured in there. But at the same time, it's rock and brick and mortar. It's not supposed to be perfect. Have a little bit of a roughness. And a little bit of messiness. As long as it looks purposeful. Not like you just messed up. I think most of these I want to do in this in the red, just a brick red, just to kind of give it the majority. But then I'll mix it up with these other two colors, the other two brick colors. Like in this instance, they're just going to be side by side. But that's okay because that would happen in real life. You're grabbing from the same pile of bricks. You're going to have some brick colors that are going to be very similar. Getting a lot of coverage out of this brush. It may change to a larger, but at the same time I need to be able to get into these little details. So I'll just stick with this 3 and keep pushing through. Each brick has a little bit of depth to it, and so I want to get down in the depth color but not so deep that I hit that mortar. Take this on there with my brush and just pay attention. Brown air color in here. See what it does. See what it do. See, I'm going a little deep with this brown here. Better stop that. Coats. And going around the inside of these bricks is going to be more time consuming than I expected it to be. Oh, my little armrest should be delivered today. Totally forgot about that. That's exciting. Cool. Okay, I'm going to get a bigger brush. That brie is slow moving. Or is any better? That's under his foot. Oh well, it's kind of, his foot's lifting up, so I think get that edge real quick. Making it go a little faster. Or it's got a little more spread. slipped. Yeah, I wanted to give the bricks a little detail on this one because it's a very simple model, or very simple base, I should say. Just touch that up. So yeah, I want to give the bricks a little attention. There's also a lot of geometry actually, because the bricks have little. You can see the sides of the bricks, and so I want to make sure those are covered. This airbrush paint is super wet. Dry out my brush completely. There we go. It looks a little weird right now, but once I get wash on there, and give them like a uniform dry brush with a little bit of a red, it'll all feel more cohesive. Right now it looks like a weird patchwork. Did sharing a Google file work? I couldn't email the attachment. Oh yeah, no, I couldn't. I didn't see your email. Oh wait, is this Sam? This is Sam from yesterday, right? Sorry, I didn't recognize your handle here. But no, I couldn't get your. I didn't get an email from you, so I don't know if it bounced or what. You sent it to my Statue Forge Gmail account.
Well, I know that you're just like just.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here talking with my wife. I was muted for a second, but yeah, I'll check out your email later, Sam. Hey, yeah, sorry about that, Sam. Wife was in here and I was explaining why I was making all the bricks different colors. And that's really just to break it up a little bit. I know I could take the easy route and just make them all one color. I could probably just even just dry brush over this real good with a single color. But I wanted to make them stand out a little bit. I'm gonna do the majority of them in this red, and then just add the other slightly different base color bricks in a little more randomly than what I'm doing right now. All right. Nice way to spend a Saturday. Getting a little bit of painting done. Oh, did you email me? Was it Donatello you said you finished yesterday? I may have you confused with somebody else. I think it was you. Yeah, you were talking about having a Donatello finished. Huh. That's weird. There's an underscore in there, I think. Get that? Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, email. I'd like to see a picture of that. If that's what you're sending. Hold on. Up my YouTube channel real quick. That's what I'm checking. Checking to make sure it's listed correctly. Statue underscore. statue_forge@gmail. That should work. Sorry, now I'm checking my Gmail. You distracted me. Oh, wait. The email address is wrong. There is no, you're right, there is no underscore in the actual Gmail itself. Interesting. All right. I need to change my, I need to edit my channel. Thanks, man. Wow. That's kind of a huge error. Thanks for catching that. There's no underscore. Remove the underscore from the Gmail account, from the Gmail email. All right, I'm gonna edit that right now before I forget. Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you, Sam. That's awesome for helping point that out. That sucks. That sucks that I had that set up wrong. Channel. Where's the emails? Organizations, branding, basic info. Yeah, wow. All right, there's the culprit. All right, cool. Now the email address is correct. It's just statueforge@gmail, no underscore. I updated it on the channel settings, so now it should come through. Try that. Okay, yeah, I see your email now. I see spawn images. Oh, okay, that's cool. I'll check that out later. Now I gotta make sure the email address is okay. Good. Yeah, now. All right, cool. All right, let me get back to painting. But yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'll check those out later. What was I doing? That's a 5. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. Oh, this 4 is doing well. Oh, this 5's got a pretty good tip on it, and it's got a nice spread. Let's give it a 5. Let's give it a 5 a whirl. I can speed this up a little bit because this is a lot of bricks. I guess there's really not a faster way to do this because there's too much geometry here to just dry brush. Wouldn't look right, so you really do just kind of have to slowly paint it. That way you're not messing up the mortar and trying to mask off around this stuff would be a nightmare. There's no way you do this with an airbrush either. Appreciate it. So, what turtle are you working on now? Oh, that sucks. Red ran into the mortar a little bit. Touch that up in a minute. I really do not enjoy painting bricks. When they're this challenging. These are basically little individual rocks. Come back and coat that second coat on that bad boy. Some of the spots where I went a little ham on the mortar, showing through the red. Mikey and Raph simultaneously. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that I did them all at the same time. I mean, these models are a little, like I said, a little more simple, but I am kind of glad I did them all at the same time, just because it'll help me get the skin tones kind of the same by doing them in a big batch. And I was also on the fence. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do them all the same, like make them completely uniform, or make, give them a slight shift in the undertone so that maybe one is a little brighter, one's a little darker, one's a little more, kind of green, bluish green, amphibian, and one's a little more brown, something like that. But I think I just decided on one uniform green for this set. But I am going to give them kind of a bluish green undertone. Yeah, print times, yeah. Oh yeah, usually I would have a print running right now while I'm working on these, but I'm going to start on that next week while I'm cutting the video together for this, which will take a couple days. Then I will run my printers. And yeah, I think I'm going to do that Thanos. Or should I? Maybe the Green Lantern. I really want that lantern statue. I don't know why. Pretty cool looking. And just the... Yeah, I may have to do the Green Lantern first. Let my channel build a little bit and then do the Thanos. I think that one's going to be super popular. I have noticed that it's like, it's not just... I mean, I feel like the quality of my videos are improving as I've made, you know, more of them. But subject matter is also important. Like how popular a character is, I think gets more. I don't know if it's from the algorithm feeding people or what, but probably that's it. So it's like a heavy keyword. So anyway, so I know Thanos is going to be like, you know, probably a pretty popular character to paint. Nobody's done one in a while. That's another thing too, is like everybody's doing turtles right now. For me, it's just a coincidence, but like it seems like everybody's doing Ninja Turtles right now, and it's kind of funny how that all lined up. So I want to do something a little different. Yeah, I'm gonna finish these up real quick. Ooh, this is collecting chunky. So yeah, I want to finish this up, you know, in the near future, and then do the Green Lantern, I think, and then do Thanos. That'll actually push me through getting Green Lantern finished quickly too, because I'll be anxious to start on the Thanos. It's gonna look so cool in the corner of my office. I'm so excited. I've even been looking at little display lights, you know, the ones that shine up from the bottom, like little spotlights. I've been looking at those to augment the shelf. I don't often turn on my display lights, but it's kind of fun when I get somebody comes over that, you know, hasn't seen my office yet. Kind of fun to turn all display lights and light up the lightsabers. Looks like Miami in here. Kind of funny. Like I built the room that I wanted to have as a kid. I feel like probably there's a lot of people my age doing the same thing. I think I need to make that whole chunk to be mortar, so I don't have to paint over that again, but that's okay. Gotta double back on all this stuff. Red's starting to run out. The viscosity is a little different. You can barely see down in there anyway. Battling with the over the display area. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, dude. The best thing I came up with was I ended up inheriting a really long, skinny room for my final office in the house. I've been moved around so many times, but I divided it kind of into thirds. So like 1/3 is my work office, a third is like a lounge area with like a TV and a couch and stuff, and a few of my display cases, and then the other third is my studio area. And and it's been really nice being able to just do whatever I want in here as far as like getting display space and everything. But I do know that eventually I'm going to run out. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to run out of space. So at that point, I don't know if I'm going to be able to convince my wife to let me have a couple spots in the other parts of the house, or what. Maybe I'll just have to start painting them and selling them or something. Yeah, no matter what you got, man, you're gonna keep making statues. So it's like you're gonna have an ever growing collection. Doesn't matter. I got a whole room to fill, and I already know I'm gonna um, exceed my display space. It's gonna take a couple years, but I also know it's gonna go by very very quickly. I have three of the DTOF, the IKEA DTOF cabinets. Those things are awesome. But I also if you do have the DTOF cabinets, I recommend getting adjustable shelf brackets and some of those like uh, divided acrylic shelves, to make space, because the shelves are not, a good size for like 1/6 scale statues. It's a little tight in there. So you need to be able to customize the shelf heights and openings a little bit. No, I mean, I think honestly, just I feel like if you help like make a room, like a living room, yeah, it's like if you help make a living room, uh, a design that looks nice for everybody, not just like a a fucking extension of your man cave, or like a super nerd lives here. Like if you make it a little comfortable, you can still make uh, some shelves for some statues. Some classy statues. Don't put anything with like boobs and shit hanging out. Keep it classy, but maybe do like a theme, like a Batman theme or something. And just fucking lean into it. Just that's the only way my wife's gonna let me do it, is if I just like make the room better for everybody. This is gonna sound weird too, but I mean, what was I gonna say? Yeah, this is gonna sound weird too, but I didn't really start moving, like quote unquote, moving into my house for probably 15 years. Like I didn't paint the walls, I didn't choose the paint color, I didn't try to customize anything, or like I just didn't make it like a thing. And then one day I just realized, I was like, hey, this is probably the house you're gonna live in forever. So if you want to have a Batman room, fucking make a Batman room. I don't. For the record, I don't want to make a Batman room. That's a little much for me. But I'm just saying, for anybody out there, if you have the urge to do something, just do it. Because stop thinking about resale value and like how it's going to look in a house listing. It's not like you got to invest in your living, not just in your investments. Yeah, it's definitely fun at parties, and like when people come over, it gives you something to talk about. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Gazi, I just saw your note up here. For how long have I been painting? Um, I did my first painting in February of 2022. My first like statue, but that doesn't count because like I've always like ever since I was in high school, like I've always been a creative, a painter, a sculptor, 3D modeler. Like all that stuff. So this has kind of just been a thing that's been part of my life forever. But when 3D printing became like actually reasonably priced, I remember for many years, a 3D printer was like $3,000 or something, and it was like, what? That's crazy. Come on. And when they finally hit the mainstream market and the prices really, really came down, and I could lean into it, and with the pandemic and all the other stuff happening, all the stars aligned and everything just kind of like, I don't know, just kind of came together. And I got my first printer. The first thing I printed, the first printer I got actually was an FDM printer, and I hated it. Ugh. Because I knew this was just not what I wanted to do. I couldn't, it's cool for like big stuff, but with the layer lines and everything, and just how difficult it is to deal with shifting layer heights and junk, the resin printing made way more sense to me. And so anyway, the first statue I printed was a little Miles Morales on a wall, and it was like 5 or 6 inches tall. Like it was tiny, but it was the first time I ever printed and painted something. So it's been a couple years now, and just challenging myself to do new stuff. Right? Yeah. Being able to turn this little corner of the house into a studio, and just customize it the way I want. It's been so good. It's just been so good for my mental health. Like I can't even tell you. Like it's so good. And people are always asking me too. It's like, is it an expensive hobby? And I tell them, it's as expensive as you want to make it. If you want to go and buy all the little gadgets like the paint mixers and the stands and the lights, and if you want to go nuts, go nuts. But if you have the ability to do so, you don't, or you can, I've seen other people do some amazing work with just scrap paints and craft paints from just not necessarily model stuff. Like, you got a passion to do it, then you'll figure out a way to do it within your budget or whatever. I would like to upgrade my printers a little bit. I need to just make some room in there. Although I've never been one to I'm not trying to crank out a bunch of stuff either. So I do this because it's a good way to expend life points. And collect some XP. I'm not trying to be a model factory, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Mighty Bruce? Yeah, Sam, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Having an understanding, partner in your life that's also very important. I started this up session saying that I've only got a few hours to throw at this because I gotta take the wifey out on a date. It's been a while since we've been out, so you gotta remember that it's, while it is fantastic thing to do, you do have people in your life that you gotta also take care of, and you take care of them, they take care of you, and give you the time and space to do your hobbies, and it's important. Balance. Man, look at you. You guys got me all philosophical right now. red's going on thick right now. What's going on? Like pudding. I need to dilute it a little bit. That's the problem. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, Bruce. I'm looking forward to getting to the turtles, but I actually need to. I need to finish the. I need to finish the bases completely. So I still got. I'm trying to just lay these parts out here, so I know I still got them. I need to do. Where's Donatello's? Faces that direction. Like that. I still got that. Still got a couple little pieces of great. I've got Mikey's loose nunchuck and Donnie's bow staff to do. But I want to get all the bases done first, so that whenever I paint the boys, I can stand them up in the bases to dry. So I'm not having to hang them on hooks and worry about them falling or anything like that. Oh, I just realized I did a whole bunch of same color brick. That's okay. I wanted the majority of these to be red anyway. So let's mix this up a little bit. Get this weird color brick red here. To speed this up. I've been too chatty. I got work to do. Got work to do, people. So are you guys currently like working on your stuff too? Like, are you painting between your keyboard chats? Or are you just hanging out? I feel like a voice to chat thing would probably come in handy for situations like that, you know? You'd probably mess up, probably give you a bunch of typos, but I guess hell, if I wanted to get into that level of interaction with folks, I would do like a Twitch. I don't want to do a Twitch. I have no interest in doing a Twitch channel. Why am I going at such a steep angle? What is this? Rookie time? Post-processing one of your bases. Cool. Cool. May the print gods be ever hold you in their favor, sir. Sometimes printers just don't want to print. Or you just set up some weird orientation or something. Those things happen. My printer's awesome, actually. It does a really good job. I love my printer so much. But so I know that if I have a print failure, it's usually because I did something stupid with the orientation or whatever. I've gotten really, really good though with orienting difficult files. You know, feel pretty confident in doing that now. Every now and then, though, you do have some inexplicable things happen. You're just like, I could run the same, like that the mouser file, same exact layout. The only thing I changed was what was originally broke, what originally misprinted the first time. That's the only adjustment I made. I ran through the printer again, had a completely different section fail, and luckily I was able to salvage it, you know, by merging them together. But yeah, sometimes it's just some weird shit happens. Temperature change, physics changed, like that. Yeah, yeah, Gazi, you definitely got to have space. I ended up building taking an IKEA cabinet and converting it into a enclosure with a exhaust, and yeah, you definitely got to have a little bit of room for it. Should I get some turtle figures customized in? I'm not sure. I always wanted to. I haven't painted figures before. I mean, Bruce, if you're into, if you're considering painting, just give it a try. I mean, like I said, it's one of those things. It's like if you go in it with the right attitude, it's not about like, I mean, whatever it is. I'm not going to tell you what you're doing or whatever. I'm just saying it's like just know that this is something that you're going to start off and it's not going to be great at first, and but the more you do it, the more you practice, the better it gets. And you know, I can tell you though, it's a worthy pursuit. It's a good way to spend time. Just kind of forces you to only think about what you're doing and not think about anything else that's going on. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just good mental, I don't know, good mental space to be in, I think. And what's the worst can go wrong? It's just plastic and paint. There's no pressure. Have fun. That's the main thing. I'm just really happy that like to be alive in a time period where number one, I could just push some buttons and have this really cool three-dimensional thing just appear in my life, with relative ease. And also that we have, YouTube, and that we have the internet in general that allows us to just kind of hang out and communicate and chit chat. So it's like I'm not just sitting here by myself, I'm not just sitting here alone. I've never been like I'm a very much an introvert, but this is just like I don't know, it's just, to me, it's just an amazing time to be alive. At the same time, it's also very scary, but there's a lot of shit going on out there in the world. That's what this hobby does. It just helps you kind of put that badness aside and focus on your little time in existence, you know. Oh, hey, thanks, man. Now, if I can get once I get to the paid area of the YouTubes, when I get enough people or enough hours watched, then I can work towards YouTube paying my bills. I'm not depending on that. I'm just kidding. But it would be very cool. Oh, there we go. Kind of my my brush is a little frazzled on the end, so it's got this weird little hook I'm kind of dealing with. I love this brush though. Sometimes the hook comes in handy. You just have to position it correctly. Sometimes it's a little pain in the butt. All right, there you go. See, it's all wet. YouTube gold. I don't think I mean I don't know. That would be, hypothetically speaking, that could be a thing. Doubt it, but I feel like I would need to put on more of a show. You know what I mean? Like I would need to be more of a character, and I don't want to be a character. I gave you red gloves. That's what you get. Set this down. Trying to invent some mortar lines here. This one is super shallow, so I do not want to go down too deep. This music is actually helping. I feel like I'm questing. Doing a little side quest. Dress up in a costume. Wear Bob Ross ring. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the kind of BS that you have to do in order to like be like a crazy YouTube, thing. And I don't want to do that. I know you're being sarcastic and joking, but the reality is like that's how we live now. It's like you do have to dress up like that little girl doing the fucking dressing up like Kiss JoJo Siwa or whatever. It's like you got to do that kind of crap to get attention, and I have no interest in getting attention. I think outside society's strange. We got a lot going on. We got a lot happening. Not a lot of it's good. I'm just gonna mind my business. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm gonna take this all the way to the edge. Nobody's gonna be looking at this that hard. I need to stop painting this like I'm painting it for a customer. It's literally just gonna sit on my shelf. Second now, though, I mean, I was always told that how you do one thing is how you do everything, or how you do anything is how you do everything, something like that. How you do one thing is how you do everything, anything. Point being is that like if I didn't go to this level of detail on everything that I did, I probably would not do it. So even though this is only for me and you guys, watch me do it. I'm gonna try to do every detail that I can. Oops. Oh, I need my armrests. Putting my weight down on the table here, and it's screwing with it. Oh man, thank you. I appreciate that compliment. I don't know about. I don't know. I think that's too. I think also like that's part of being a creative, or at least being a painter. Um, you never feel like it's good enough, no matter how good it is. You always feel like you could have done stuff better. And I think that's what is just, as far as the brain chemistry goes, I think that's what makes somebody like me is like, I will, no matter how good it is, I will always know that I can do stuff better, and I will just keep going and keep going, keep going, keep going, keep trying, keep practicing and chasing after it. bug in here. A little fruit fly or something. Okay, I think I need my 3 back. Oh, come on. All right. Lots of bricks. It's really the little edges. It's the edges where the mortar comes in. And the angle of attack kind of has to be just right to not flood it completely. I don't want to wipe it out, you know what I mean? This guy. Looking a little dark. I'm not going to second coat these, but I am going to, I'll spot coat them where they need to be. Once I add the wash, it's all going to come together. And I do want some variations. Oh, hey, well, thanks, Kazi. Yeah, I mean, I use an airbrush where appropriate, you know, like on the skin tones and stuff like that, or these like huge coverage. But some days I just enjoy a nice, calm brush paint. A little more time consuming, but also at the same time, I don't enjoy masking off things. So having to mask off stuff like it's detailed, I try to avoid that at all costs. So, or at least try to keep it minimized. You can't avoid it, and it's part of the process. Obviously, it's a technique, but I do try to minimize the amount of time I need to spend masking. Yeah, definitely. That's one of those that I think that learning how to dry brush is probably the first like technique that people learn to do. I was the case. I was the same thing. Like dry brushing was the very first like technique that I learned, and then you just start adding them up. You just kind of start adding some new stuff. Try some glazing next. I highly recommend learning how to glaze stuff. That comes in handy, especially for if you're trying to have a level of realism and you really want a level of control over how colors kind of gradient together. Glazing is an excellent technique. I would say that was probably the second one. Can't tell. Gotta paint the brick next to it before I can see what's going on down there. kind of a line. Am I sticking my head in the camera? I feel like I'm probably sticking my head in the camera. I'm leaning down over this thing when I shouldn't be. If you see my you know, bald spots or whatever, I apologize. Really? All right, let's keep trucking. Almost done. A few more to do. Borderline on this one's crazy. Oh, that's why I'm not using my hook to my advantage. Why is this going on? Reverse. You got a leading edge of your brush and your trailing edge of your brush, and you can kind of feel it when it's inverted. All right, man. Later, Bruce. Yeah, like I said, it's pretty cool that, like, when I decided I was going to do a YouTube channel, as I wanted to have a place for people to, like, of similar ilk to kind of just hang out and chit chat stuff while we paint, and it's kind of what it's turned it into, and I like it. It's nice to see a vision kind of start to coalesce. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. It's gonna be good. Yeah, work that out. Can't even see that seam. I don't know why I'm trying to protect it. Brush painting textured things though, like this, really does kind of test your patience, because it creates these little, I don't know, these little spots where the paint kind of grabs and pools, whether you want it to or not. So it's just like, I mean, I know I need to just do lighter coats. That's the answer. But anyway, it's very grabby. It's very grabby back here in the back. I guess because it's a little rougher than the surface. Going back doing little touch-ups. That I'm gonna spot this. I'm not gonna recoat everything. Just hit little areas that I see. Looking a little peakish, a little peckish, a little underserved. Looking a little thin there, Brick. I can speed this up a little bit. Keep forgetting to breathe. Hold my breath. Not the best way to paint. Figure out a pointed edge here. Don't like going that direction, I see. Top edge. A little bit more detail. There's like a little chunk of mortar I don't want to lose. Go. All right, one more brick in the wall. Let's mix this up a little bit. See, was that a red? That's a with this weird brown brick. Yeah, this is the airbrush brown or sand. Very, very runny. This may be the last. This is probably gonna be the last sandy brick I do because I don't like the viscosity of this. Go back in with a little mortar, a little gray, and clean that up a little bit. Finish all these bricks, then go do some touch-ups. Move on to painting some other stuff. A lot of bricks today. A lot of bricks. Ooh. It's gonna look ugly before it looks good. Trust the process. Hashtag trust the process. Yeah, we're gonna let that dry and then come back for a second coat. That is not a pretty coverage right now. Time is it? Oh, it's 1:30. Got lots of time. That's nice. I need to take a 5 or 10 minute break for a sandwich though. How long have I been doing this? About almost 2 hours. Yeah, it might be time for a little bit of health and safety break. We'll finish up these bricks, I think. Find a sandwich or something. All I really had for breakfast was some strawberries, coffee. Oh, hey, thanks. Welcome back. Saying I'm gonna finish up these bricks and then take a few minute health and safety break, grab a sandwich, and stretch my legs. I've been at this for a couple hours now. Need to go walk around a little bit so I don't get thrombosis. I think that's what that's called. Sitting around too long, your capillaries in your legs get all fucked up. No, I'm not a doctor. I'm just. Is that the Minecraft music in the background? I think it was. Yeah, it was. Minecraft lo-fi version. What is this? This is from Undertale. I remember Undertale. for Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, I actually already pre-bought tickets for me and the fam. We're going opening weekend. Yes, very excited. I'm also looking forward to the statues. I know the wicked. I know the statue makers out there are going to capitalize on the popularity of that. I've already seen a few Deadpool and Wolverine statues out there, but I think around when the movie gets released, there's going to be a lot more hype. There's already a lot of hype, but I am pretty excited for it. Nobody can ever be Deadpool again. Ryan Reynolds, he's just Deadpool forever now. And Hugh Jackman had a really good run as Wolverine. I mean, he's been Wolverine for like a decade or something like that. So, and I heard the rumors of Daniel Radcliffe kind of taking over as a young Wolverine, and I actually don't hate that idea. I think he would bring a fun kind of character to it, you know. And he got shredded, like he got ripped. I don't know how when Harry Potter like was working out, but he could definitely pull off the action hero genre. I hope Wicked. Oh, I need to drop a suggestion to the Wicked guys when they do their Deadpool and Wolverine mashup to do one with the Ant-Man skull in the background. That would be so cool. I would print that whole diorama. I hope they do something like that. But I will drop a suggestion. I think in the Facebook group. Plant the seed of the idea if they haven't already started working on it. They probably already have. But a big Ant-Man helmet with a skull in it. It can't be that difficult to model. I think Daniel Radcliffe could carry the franchise into the next gen. He could be their Hugh Jackman. And I don't hate that idea. It really sucks that Henry Cavill is they're not doing any more Supermans with Henry Cavill because I thought he was an excellent Superman. Kind of sucks that like I feel like it was mostly just the politics of stuff, but like the DC universe, kind of fizzled out, and that really sucks because I didn't hate Ben Affleck as Batman either. He just never got his own movie. He was always in Justice League movies or cameos and other movies. But I think there was some potential that was squandered there. That's funny. I would do the impression and read that out loud, but I wouldn't do it justice. uh, Yeah, yeah, that's what I heard too. Yeah, like he definitely wants to stick closer to the source content. And why I don't understand why studios want to push against that, because it's like the source content, yeah, it's a little weird, it's a little out there sometimes, but that's what I mean, that those stories are already developed. Like you don't have to work as hard to, you know, fill things in for the screen when you've got, you know, a completely well written, well worked story already in your hand. Straying so far that, you know, you're killing the story, you're changing it, making it completely different. Like the Flash movie, they should have just retold Flashpoint. Like if they would have retold Flashpoint in a live action and really just did that well, the Flash movie would have been way better. I was kind of, I'm not upset, but like, I feel like that's a missed opportunity. I try not to take a piss on people's, you know, creative things that people create, you know, including movies, because, you know, we don't know all the what was going on, but at the same time, that Flash movie, man, I can even accept the fact that they're trying to argue that the bad CG was a style choice. All right, I can accept that. But man, just retell Flashpoint, because that was such a good story. It had all the emotion that you needed, you know, Barry and learning about everything and trying to turn back time and all that jazz. It's like they touched on it, but kind of they just missed the mark. Yeah, The Witcher. Yeah, same. And I get that, you know, that, you know, stepping down for creative reasons, and I respect that. But now without Henry Cavill as Geralt, then yeah, The Witcher's not gonna make it probably one more season. Who they got? Who they got in there? Liam, one of the Helmsworth brothers or whatever. I don't think he's. I don't think that's gonna do well. Too many fans. Too many diehard fans. There was so much good story in the games that like just just tack on some of those side quests, you know, tack on some of those side quest stories to the main storyline and make it live action. It's not that hard. All the work is done for you. Choking up on this. Right? It did. It was terrible. And I just don't. There's just no reason for that. Not this day and age. To have that bad of a CG, except for budget purposes, I guess. How do I get in there to do that? All right, let me get this top edge. I'm looking at it. Yeah, Michael Keaton carried the Flash movie for sure. Everybody was more excited to see him come back. Plus, what's his name? That Ezra guy. I don't know. He's got some weirdness happening in his personal life. He was a good Flash, but and again, and that too, like the dude that Gustin Grant from the Flash from the CW TV show. They should have just got him. Just bump him up to a movie star. He was an excellent Flash. Still is. I still enjoy watching this Flash. The this series. And this brush is way too big. He says and continues to paint with it. Yeah, Beetlejuice. I'm kind of excited to see that. I'm not gonna go to the theater and watch it, but I'll watch it when it gets to streaming. But yeah, that'll be good. It's funny all these retro movies coming back to capture nostalgia, trying to get our money. But Beetlejuice will definitely be worth a watch because that's just gonna be some funny shit. I just hope that you know Michael Keaton leans into his comedic side. He's always been a kind of a comedic actor. I just hope he leans into that shit because that's what made the first Beetlejuice so awesome. He's just a little unhinged. All right, one more brick. Last brick. No, I haven't seen them. I haven't seen those. What color do I want this last brick to be? I don't like that brown, so I'm gonna make it this off red, orangey red, which is actually a really good brick color in retrospect. Kind of should have probably done them all in this red, but this looks good too. Actually, this is more like a house, like bricks for a house, red. So I probably would have done it the opposite. Just did like mostly this orangey red, and then a couple random dark red bricks mixed in. All right, that's too small. Let's go back to the 5. Touch up this mortar when I get back from my little break.
You are a function of this total galaxy. The real deep down you is the whole universe. And it's doing your living organism and all its behavior. It's expressing it as a singer sings a song.
Add a second coat to these orange guys. Clean up that mortar line a little bit. Come back, paint some details, let it dry, move on to some other stuff, get it sealed, and then we can get it washed. Probably have these bases done this afternoon. And that makes me happy. Take it easy, Sam. I'll check out those pictures whenever I get a chance. Now that you helped me fix my email, I appreciate that. I can't believe I had the wrong email address listed. That's crazy. once I get this, once I get the wash applied, this is gonna look really nice. Right now, it looks a little kooky. Got patchwork brick. But yeah, once I get some wash on there and give it a uniform dry brush, kind of tie it all together, it'll make more sense. More careful. Slopping this everywhere. Yeah, me too, Bruce. I want to trying to get there, man. Got a lot of base to paint. Getting there though. It's almost there. Probably be tomorrow. Should be painting the turtles. If I can focus on that tomorrow, then I don't want to say I'll be done tomorrow, but I'll be certainly close to being done at that point, which would be swell. Again, trying to not rush, but at the same time, I do want to move on to that lantern statue. My favorite turtle was probably Donatello, I think, when I was a kid, because he was a smart one. Nana banana. That is funny. I was like Michelangelo too. He was my second. I think he was like I don't know, my spirit animal. He had the attitude I want to have in life. No, I didn't put anything in the wash machine. All right, I need to let these bricks dry and take a little health and safety break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave the stream running though. You wanna hang out? All right. Oh, is this on? Yeah, cool. All right, I'm back. All right, more base paint. I did want to touch up that mortar in a couple spots. That dungeon gray is completely dry right now. That's what I love about these little silicone pots. It just peels. You just let your paint dry. It just peels right out. So I'm making a mess because I'm trying to show you. Let me hang it out over here. Anyway, yeah, this is at the end of the day, or when I'm at the end of the project. Usually, I'll do a full clean. Use a little bit of a alcohol spray and cleans everything right out. In this particular instance, it's I use the ash gray. Use that one. That doesn't matter. That out too. Yeah, not the dungeon. The ash gray is used for the mortar. There's a couple little spots I want to tighten up. Don't add too much water. Five is definitely too big for that. Should do it. Probably still too big. Shouldn't need to get it any super small crannies. It was just like this little spot right here was bothering me. Went over with the red. Actually, I'm gonna check and see if my Amazon package should be here. They're usually pretty Johnny on the spot on Saturdays. Oh yeah, this whole strip I missed earlier. thought that sounded like Pokemon. That's funny. Oh, I had wash. You're not gonna see those little black divisions. Oh, okay. Spot right inside of there. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Bruce. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out, man. Thanks. think I'm ready to do some dry brush. Yeah, let's do some dry brushing. Actually, I need to seal these first. I need to go ahead and seal that. Okay, should I seal all of these? You need to be sealed too. I'm not going to worry about sealing. You're going to get some washing. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and seal this in. All these give all these a nice seal, and we can move forward. Manhole cover. I think whenever I display this, I'm going to prop it up a little bit, like just offset it a little bit, so I can prop it. So something like that. That'll look a little cooler, because then I can maybe even stick something underneath there and just kind of give it a little bit of a tilt. It's got this little notch, and nobody's going to see it from down, because the way I'm going to have it up high, on display. So yeah, I may cheat this a little bit, prop it up somehow. Anyway, that I'm not going to wash either. I mean, that one I'm not going to seal. I'm going to wash it first. All right. Let those boys dry a little bit. That the reason why I like using this Army Painter varnish, it dries really fast. It'll dry in like 20 minutes. So while those are drying, I'll get some wash on that mouser, and probably the and a little sewer lid too. I'll throw a little wash on that. But first, gotta clean an airbrush. Always airbrush. I need to make a new sign. It says, "Be right back, cleaning an airbrush." Some dried paint up in there somewhere. This is gonna need a deep cleaning soon. Alcohol spray in there. Soak for a second.
Working on like production, really. So, you know what I'm saying? That's from the time our last album, that's what we've been doing on this time period. Working on
I like this funky jam we got going on here. I just turn on the Spotify playlist to let it run, so I usually have no idea what's coming. But I like this one. You're not here for my DJ skills anyway. This thing is in need of a deep cleaning sooner than I thought. Sorry, it usually doesn't take me this long, but this needle is got something dried on it somewhere.
on.
Oh. You can see his head compared to the washed metal versus his completely shiny head. The washed metal just looks so much better. You can see all the little details, like all the texture in the metal, so that way it just catches the light a little better. Versus this one's just shiny. I mean, I'm gonna further accentuate this with some panel liner in the heavier spots, but right now I just want to go to a nice washing. What's up, Bruce? I was just saying, let's see, I'm adding some wash to this mouser, and it's got I've done the back half, and now I'm getting ready to do the head. But you can see there's just a huge difference between the washed parts and the non-washed parts. Dirtying this thing up real good. Just really brings out the texture of the metal. Gets his head done. Oh yeah, we were talking about techniques earlier, and after dry brushing, washing, like learning how to weather stuff, that was probably the next thing I learned. How do you black wash? Um, so yeah, I just use this Vallejo black. Uh, I like to just kind of I don't pour it out in a bowl or anything. I just kind of use the rim to kind of, because I mean, you only want to do a little bit at a time, because if you try to take on too big of a patch, it'll start to dry kind of patchy, and you want to kind of dab it up a little bit, like kind of want to, like, I don't know what's the word, you kind of like let it dry just a little bit for a couple minutes. Then you'll see I take a paper towel or a cotton swab and kind of dab up the excess. But basically, I mean, you just kind of cover it. Like, see what I'm doing? I just kind of slather it on there. And on metals like this, the metal paint doesn't have a lot of bite to it. The underlay doesn't have a lot of bite. So it kind of like flows really nicely. It kind of glides over the top. That also means that it doesn't necessarily like seep in deep. So sometimes you got to go over it a couple times for metal, or like metal work. This stuff in particular will take a little while to dry in larger situations, like whenever I wash the base of the bricks over there, I'm pretty much done with it. Like, I can't touch it again. See, so now I'm just kind of going and picking up kind of where I've got some pools or any like patching pattern that I don't necessarily like. Kind of dabbing it up a little bit. This is the underside, so it doesn't really matter. But it really just brings out it. You can see it just brings out the little creases and little divots and stuff in the metal. Just kind of gives it a little bit of a weather damage. And yeah, so that's it. Yeah, I don't know what it is formulaically that like this stuff will stay sticky, like it'll stay tacky for a while, and so it's kind of one of those things that like you have to plan a little working time around it. So yeah, so next, oh, should I paint that? I think that little thing inside of there is supposed to be red. I'm gonna give that a little bit of red. It's looking pretty beat up and weathered. I'm gonna go back in with some panel liner to hit the little nuts and screws and bolts and stuff. But I want to paint that little inside of there red. I normally don't do things like this. Like normally I wait to do all the washes at one time, or I usually break things up by technique. This one I'm actually just trying a different approach where I'm just doing it more, based on objects. I'm just going to try to get each object done. So taking it through a full process of base coat, wash, dry brush, or highlight as if necessary. So I'm doing them one object at a time, I guess. Now I should paint this white, but I want it to look kind of dull because it's a dead red. It's not like a bright red LED red. So let's cut that a little bit. And also, Bruce, whenever you're doing this, usually I would seal between layers. If you're doing something that you really want to make sure that you have like save points in between. Like these are pretty simple, so I'm not worried about it. But if I was washing and when I go to do all the washing and stuff on the turtles, you'll see I'll be a little more liberal with varnishing between layers. Like first it'll be the base coat, then it'll be a mid-tone, and then I'll usually seal at that point, and then start working my way up. But yeah, just a little tip: don't forget to seal. Usually I would seal this up, but this is like a little side piece, so I'm not too worried about the paint gets reactivated on the layers underneath. It's not gonna make a huge difference. I'm gonna hit this with a gloss to seal it, to varnish it anyway. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna give this a little bit of vampire red just inside of his little LED button thing. And I guess if I really wanted to get fancy with it, I could put a little bit of the jewelry resin. Put a couple drops of the jewelry resin and cure that in place. I might do that. Oh, I need to. Where's my water bottle? Like I said, normally I would paint this white first before I try to paint that red, but I want it to look like a dead LED anyway, so. going on here? What water did I put in? There it goes. Every time you see a manhole cover, you think of TNG. Yeah, that's funny. I like this, the manhole cover that the LA Figures models did. That's pretty fun. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here, but whenever I go to display this, I think I'm just gonna prop it up, like prop it up somehow, because I'm showing these up, displaying these like up high, so you're not really gonna be able to see it. So thinking about adding something back there to give it a little bit of a tilt. Got these little tabs. I just don't want to. I guess I could set it off like that. Nobody's gonna see inside, you know. I don't know. Anyway, I'll play with that later. Out of the way. Oh, that's fine. It's out of the way right there. This thing. Gotta dry it. Dry. That's drying. Let's add a little bit of wash to this little other manhole grate thing. I need to paint the metal on there. I don't know why I'm wasting my time. Nobody's gonna see this. I'm gonna add some rust and stuff too. the staff, I'm gonna do the wash in 2 stages. Do the ends first, let those dry, and then I'll do the middle. I get a little bit more control over it. I'm going to go back and dry brush a little bit wood, a little more of a lighter wood at this when it's all said and done. She died just from weather just yet. Won't matter. Keep it controlled. Areas. I've just been, just turned it on and just let it run. I took a like a 20-minute break. Like these nunchucks. I had a nice long July 4th holiday weekend, so I had like 4 days to just nothing planned, just throw at this. Then my wife reminded me we do have some plans tomorrow night. But I've been really just wanting to focus on painting these turtles over the break. I was really cleared a schedule to make sure that I could make this happen. And so yeah, I've been throwing some hours at it. And and I am enjoying myself. Kind of like when I was younger, I used to like binge binge a video game or something. Similar to that. Which I also need to get back into some games. I put down playing Helldivers. I was playing Baldur's Gate. I need to get back into game time. But if I got time to game, I got time to paint. I don't want those to look too weathered because they're in use all the time. Michelangelo's out there kicking ass. And these are a couple of minutes to dry. It's dry. All right, I believe these are dry and ready. So we're gonna give this a nice wash. I'll paint up the metals, and I'll do the dry brushing. All right, let's do this. I don't want to do that.
you here on my couch, lovely person. When it's rain, 10 p.m. and I miss you. I take pics while we kiss, and I'm with you. Those were carefree times for the long backyard, and we ran away like hell. Where's the old tree house? Won't forget this. Oh, never stop the clock. Those were carefree times for the long backyard, and we ran away like hell. Where's the old tree house? Won't forget this. Oh, never stop the clocks forever.
There we go. Now the bricks don't stick out so hard. And then once I give them a little bit of a dry brush, I just want to stain these white lines here. Oh wait, before I do that, I'll add some. I want to make these little chips gray. Yeah, I think so. Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate that. All in the technique. Just trust it. Just trust the process. Where are you at? I want to paint some of these little rocks and stuff. Actually, now that's dry. So, well, do I want to seal this? Yeah, I think I want to let that dry completely. So, to finish the mouser, I'm gonna seal it in a gloss, and then I'm gonna put a little bit of jewelry resin in the little light up area, make it look more like a lens. Put a little clear jewelry resin in there and cure it. But I need to let this wash dry fully, mostly dry. I could probably go ahead and coat it if I wanted to, but let it dry completely. That's almost dry. Let's go back to work on these guys. Dungeon gray. Rock chips. Stir the cup. All right, man. See you in a few. Appreciate you sticking around.
Yo, man, it's not, yo, motherfucker, man. Not, man. Marvel, man, get it straight, man. Yo, fuck you, man. I don't know what you talking about. You need to get your shit for real, man. For real. Yeah. Yo, man. Remember that girl up in the front row? For real, for real.
I gotta dry brush over all these anyway. I'll get these rocks pretty good. These are all I'm gonna dry brush some of these too. I'm tired. Yeah, I mean, I'm good actually. I'm gonna push on through. I'm gonna keep going till probably about 5:36. But yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow for a little while. I do have like a little family thing to go to. I'm not sure exactly what time it is. Pretty sure it's a little late afternoon, late evening. So I'll probably be on for a little while tomorrow. I hope so anyway. You can jump back on tomorrow. I hope to see you. Appreciate you hanging out with me. Here we go. Appreciate it, Bruce. Have a good one, man. Catch you tomorrow, hopefully. All's good. Add some rust and stuff to that later. It's going to look pretty good. Realize I forgot to do this part. Line around that anyway. Gonna run some of this plate mail. Oh, good. Come here. Dropping it. I think I need to paint that much more. Can't really see anything. And this thing is down. Good. Brush was fully loaded when I went in there. Spread it out a little bit. Take on me. It is. Can't see. I'm painting anything inside of here or not. I am. Outside. Okay. That's good. Nice little iron, rusty iron color. Oh, I forgot to paint that. Never mind, yeah. Bible. I gotta set aside this little. This is supposed to be where the light lamppost goes. I cut the top off of it. Just left a little square because I didn't want to have the whole lamppost. Just wanted the. I decided to make it like a little metal hatch. So before I get too far on this, I need to go ahead and use a dry brush on the concrete or on the pavement. The pavement doesn't look so flat. And for that, dark gray. Yeah, because dungeon gray is going to be too bright. I either want a dark gray or a necromancer cloak. This is dark blue. I'm gonna go with the London gray. I'm gonna go with dark blue gray. That's cool. Hey, welcome back, Bruce. I'm probably gonna be wrapping it up here soon. I think I'm just gonna do a little bit more dry brushing. I'm gonna dry brush the dirt first. So I want to give it. I don't want to make it too bright. That's not enough. That's not enough. Do a fur brown, a leather brown. Leather brown might work. Oh, sounds like we're getting another thunderstorm. I may lose power again. Yesterday we had some lightning, and I lost internet for a few minutes. So if I go out abruptly, then that's why. It's nothing personal, just the weather. But yeah, I'm probably gonna punch out here in a minute anyway. Get ready to head out with the lady. The summer storms around here only last for 20 minutes or so. That's the hope. That's usually what it does. So hopefully by the time we decide to leave, it'll clear up a little bit. Alright, so for this, I'm just going to try a very controlled dry brush. Very, very light. That'll probably do the trick. So I'm going to dry brush with a little bit of this leather brown on the dirt areas. Just to kind of brush them back up to life a little bit. Just water just to moisten the bristles a little bit so they're not completely dry. That way it'll release the paint a little easier and you don't get like a chalky look that you sometimes get from dry brushing. What's up, man? It's going. Try to keep this off the concrete or off the pavement as much as I can. Can barely see this, but it's kind of what I want. There you go. Now you can start to see it. Don't want to be too pronounced. If I get this brown up in the asphalt, I can always just black over it again before I do a dry brush. So not too worried about it. Main thing is I don't want this dirt to look totally flat. Like I said, dry brushing was one of the first techniques that I learned, and it is still one of the most effective. Hey, look at that. Looks so much better. A little bright on camera, but in real life it's Just a subtle little shift. I use a Anycubic M3 Premium, one of the ones that'll hold like 2 liters of resin, or 2 kilograms of resin, and freaking love that thing. And I use Anycubic resin. I use the plant-based resin, and I've tried other stuff, and I've always come back to that. So I did a little experiment a couple years ago, or about a year ago, I should say, probably, where I tried like a whole bunch of different resin. It was when I printed the Hulk statue. I got a wild hair, and I was like, I haven't tried anything else. I might get better effects if I try something else. And I tried a couple other resins, and granted, I didn't spend a whole lot of time getting them like dialed in or whatever, but I got them to work. And I just wasn't impressed. I went back to my my plant-based Anycubic. But it's not, it's not too brittle. It's prints easy. Doesn't really give me a whole lot of trouble. Pretty reliable. All right, I think I went around that horn. But yeah, I mean, like, just you can see the difference the dry brush makes. Just really makes the little craggles kind of stand out. I do not have a video of the Hulk statue because that was pre my YouTube channel. So that was one of the first statues I did early on. So there's no coverage of it. But when I paint the turtles, it's a technique that's gonna be very, very similar to what I did for the Hulk. Practically identical. The only difference is I'm using a little more of a bluish green base tone because I want the turtles to have a little more of a amphibian kind of tone. Whereas with the Hulk, has more of a, not a human skin tone, but more of a warmth. So yeah, whenever I do the turtles, it's going to be very, very similar. That helps. Can't tell what's going on here, what's not. Brush definitely has some paint in it. One spot more than others. Oh, I hear the storm a-coming. Gonna have to go around in a circle, I think, to catch all these little craggles. Hard to tell if I'm getting them. I just gotta tilt them out of the light a little bit. Just started resin printing. Yeah, it's a good hobby. I mean, I highly recommend pursuing it. Anybody that's got even a mild interest in it, because I think once you get into it, kind of get sucked in, and like I said, it's a good way to spend time, or as far as ways to get in there with that. As far as ways to expend life points, this is a good method to use. I enjoy it anyway. I've been resin printing for probably a couple of years now, so it's like 2022, late 2021, early 2022, something like that. My first like official statue was Miles Morales in 2022, February, if memory serves. And get this dry brush to empty out. Also not, it's just not super noticeable, which is okay. It's just supposed to be dirt. It's not supposed to be noticeable. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time doing that. I get the majority of my files from 3D Wicked Patreon, Wicked 3D. That or their Berserk or Star Wars. This particular set is an LA Figures model. Actually, it's right here. Boom. Hit up that Patreon for LA Figures. They do some good stuff. CA Studios is good. Zez Studios is good. A lot of Patreons. To answer your question is a short answer. And yeah, I've got an Instagram. I've got this YouTube channel. I'm trying to build the YouTube views right now. Just kind of started the channel a couple months ago. But there's a lot more stuff on my Instagram. If you check out the channel description, there's a link to my Instagram. And thanks for asking. My Instagram goes all the way back to my first statue, really. So I think after I got a few statues in, I started the Instagram and just taking stills. And then graduated to video. And here we are. think I might go in here with something a little brighter than this leather brown. As this just isn't quite doing the job that I want it to. Like, I mean, it looks good right there. Maybe it's okay. Stay the course, trust the process. Right? Right. I think I just need to lean into it a little bit more. Yeah, as soon as I can get these, I'm definitely going to get these bases finished before I call it a night. And I gotta clock out here a little early. But I want to get the mud dry brushed, or the dirt or whatever, and then get the asphalt dry brushed as well. Maybe even the bricks. I might be getting greedy though. Patience is the key. And I'm rushing a little bit. All right, it's starting to. It's just my lighting. It's hard to see, I guess, because I can see it on camera, so I know it's working. But under this light, it's a little difficult to pick up what's going down here. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I think I was just being a little timid with it before. That mud is very softly layered in there. Alright, that's better. Actually, where's my super small? Teeny tiny dry brush. Do some teeny tiny dry brushing. There you go. You can actually see that one. Cool. All right, let's get this guy. little bit more. Just drinking this paint. All right, pretty happy with that. Now let's transition to some gray, this dark blue gray, to do the asphalt. Is that going to be enough? Now I'm starting to second guess. It's going to blend right in. The dungeon is going to be too much. Up to London. Try a little bit, see if I like it. New towel here. All right. It's probably starting to get a little dried out. What is that? Actually, let's go with a big brush. use a little bit of an alcohol spray to clean my dry brushes. Get them back to that white. There we go. I might need that again in a second. But let's go transition to the big boy. All right. So I'm gonna try this London gray. I want to dry brush the asphalt, but I don't want it to be like gray. I want it to be black. So hopefully this will be bright enough gray that you can see it, but not so bright that it makes it look gray. I'll wet my brush a little bit. Those bristles a little damp. A little bit of this gray in here. Get a nice coat. And we take it off. I've heard of some people using a Lego pad to clear their dry brush. I thought that sounded like a good idea. Be a little more eco-friendly than paper towels all the time, you know. All right, now not letting go. There it goes. All right, super light. Start with the back. See, this is one of those things too where it's like I don't want to touch every single part. Just don't want to give it the impression. Catching some light. I think I'm gonna have to come back in with that smaller brush to get some of the edges, but yeah, there you go. Now it's giving me a nice soft touch. Maybe the asphalt. Alright, here goes nothing. There we go. London Gray was the correct choice. I think the dark blue gray would have not shown up enough, and anything brighter would have looked like like rocks. Go. One base down. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Looks like street, right? Looks like asphalt. Not just a big chunk of black. Hit this edge. This is the angle you're going to be seeing it at from when it's elevated in my display unit. Kind of see it from the bottom up. There we go. All right. The Raphael base, after sealing, is officially done. Break off his side if I'm not careful. All right, that looks dope. Let's get this wrapped up. Oh, too much. that is Michelangelo's base. Ready to be sealed. Just like that. Towel.
Steady fucking drinking and shit. Trying to get this right, man. Sucks being up all night.
All right, Bruce. Take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'll be back on tomorrow, most likely. At least for a little while.
You know it sucks when you can't write from your heart. When you're up until 3 a.m. looking for words in the dark. Grabbing your head, drinking instead of hustling for that bread. This need to escape, playing a game of chance like roulette. Live with no regrets, give it your best instead of pleasing people. I started writing cause I just wanted to breathe a little. Give me my space, create a place to be myself. Take me away, I live and learn because knowledge is wealth. Picking up pennies, experience I've gained from the city. Yo, that's enough to spread some love and help the people with me. Do what you want, don't never let nobody tell you different. This is your life and nobody can tell you how to live it. I give it 100% and nothing less. Develop your talents, cause that's how I cope with the stress. The rest will follow suit. All that's gotta be done is be you. All you have to do is be you. Lost in thought, got my
Later, man.
mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. The more that I write, it's like I find out more about me. The more that I see, embracing every soul that I meet. From Colombia to Vegas, I love the places I've been. When I search for inspiration, you know I just look within. Spending these minutes, testing my limits, constructing sentences. Passing emotion, it's how you feel what my lyrics is. Different perspectives is all that I really search for. When opportunity shows itself, I walk through that open door. Embrace the change, always learn from mistakes. Open your heart to love, that's when potential awakes. In space, I'm daydreaming. Levitate through the ceiling. Clearing my mind so I can kick freestyles in the evening. Relieving stress that I gain throughout the day. Never lose motivation or focus on getting paid. Cause money ain't everything, just shit to keep us in line. Learn to love what's important, I guarantee you'll be fine. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. When I look in the mirror. Maybe one day, you know what I'm saying? Maybe one day. Take me out.
the edges a little bit more. Trying to be very careful to not make it look like rock. Make it more look like asphalt. And that is Donatello's base. Almost done. I gotta seal it. Add the little drop of, I want to do a little resin, little jewelry resin in it, in the little lens of the light there. There's something down in that base, or in that keyhole. It does not seem like it wants to seat properly. I'm gonna cut that key anyway. Yeah, cut that. I think there's something down in there, or this thing is swollen. I'll trim that up later, because that is not sitting flush at all. But anyway, that's gonna look pretty dope. All right, last but not least, actually, I'd probably just use this one small brush. There's not a whole lot of asphalt on this one. It's really hard to see because the way the light is hitting it.